Hi, Narasimha. Hi guys, good afternoon everyone. So I think let's get started so others will join. So in the last session, we talked about different kinds of transformations. So with some practical examples like expression transformation and other transformations with practicalities, right? So today we are going to talk about leftover transformations. Plus, we will talk about some theoretical points quickly, and then we'll talk about work tasks, different types of tasks, email task, command task, event trace, event wait, all that. Then we'll touch upon debugging and tuning with some examples. Yeah. That's a plan for today's session. Yeah. So let us start with some parts. Make sure that your system is ready. Yeah? Let me cover theory meantime. Yeah? So mapping, we'll use it to perform ETL operations. Just remember important points. We don't need to go through like newsreader. Yeah. So this is how the mapping would look like. E T L. That's it. Yeah. So in between you can see link through which data transfer takes place. Yeah. Then in mapping, so how to what you call create a mapping and validate. So if you save it, validate plus saving to folder would take place. I think we have already done that. Yeah. So mapping components. So we have many, like source qualifier, whatever. Many things are there. I think we have already seen some examples. Source qualifier, joiner, lookup, expression, numbers, whatever, right? So then any change that you do, right, we need to refresh it in workflow site. I think that also we discussed. And validation part, can you see in the bottom output window where we can see the reason why it is not validated? Then this thing we didn't see. Mapping parameters just like a constants and variables, as the name suggests, it can change like count or variable change or based on the max or min or user defined, right? This is a dynamic, this is static. Just remember that. It's very straightforward. So this is how we configure it at mapping level. Now transformations part. See, transformation is a repository object that generates, modifies, or passes data. So basically, transformation is just like what? To build a logic. The logic could be of any sort, like a sorter, aggregator, lookup, join, whatever. They're all examples of transformations. It can be passive or active. I think someone is asking this question. Active means change with respect to rows. Passive means no change. Like source target is passive, aggregate is active. Example. Right? Yes, I talked about it. Then we have transformation types like source qualified to override, update strategy to perform insert or update based on the condition. I think we've done that. Then expression to perform mathematical operations. So I think we have done string based, numeric based, logical based, conversion based, date based, all that we have done in the last session. Then filter to limit the number of rows. I'm just trying to recap. Aggregator to perform group by operations, like a max, min, sum, average, whatever. Lookup transformation to take care of, again, combinable transformation to perform, to act as a reference data, and source data will be used for comparison. Yeah, and it contains different types of caches: static, dynamic, persistent, and shared cache. Yeah. The sequence generate also we talked about it. So to generate unique values for each row, we have seen default values and with the cycle algorithm, all that, right? And stored procedure part we have not discussed. See, stored procedure just like what where it can have some logic. Some cases where people have already done with n number of stored procedures, we as a developer or user need to know how to make a call to that particular existing stored procedure. That's one part of it. And second, we can also create our own procedure and get it called from the designer. Yeah, we'll see that with the example. So external procedure, this is the one. I think I talked about it. Joiner to combine the data with a condition. Sorter to arrange the data ascending or descending. We've seen that. Normalizer, we didn't talk about it. We are going to see. To pivot it. Convert columns to rows. Why? To perform some statistical operations. It's as simple as that. Ranking to calculate top or bottom based on the group by. And I think we talked about active tank, some of the examples. Aggregator, I think I've said it. So aggregator, filter, whatever, right? These are some of the examples of what active transformation. Wherever there's a change happens, right? They're all active. Just simple. Passive, no change, like expression, lookup, sequence generator, input, output, whatever, right? So now, when it comes to transformation properties, right? So where we can see the port, different types of ports. I think we have seen more than what you can see here. Input port, output port, lookup port, return port, variable port, group by port, sort key port. Yes, sir. I think we have seen different types of ports. Yeah. So data types, see, Informatica supports its own type system. So it has got its own types. And any database or operating system will have their own types. We just have to map the external types with what Informatica supported types. Yeah. Aggregator, I think we've already seen it. So then expression, we did some examples with mathematical operations. Filter will be used to limit the number of rows. Joiner will be used to combine it. Heterogeneous join. Yeah. Then lookup, we can use it for combining, but with the reference data. And it could be a connected lookup, unconnected lookup. I think we have seen both of them with the examples. So this is done. And caching also, we talked about it. Dynamic cache, persistent cache, shared cache, static cache, all that. The router to what you call to distribute the input data into multiple output links. So which means we can see one input link and start getting into what multiple output links, which means convert one link to what multiple output links. So that's what we do with this particular router transformation. Yeah. Then if we try to compare this particular filter and router, so router is a optimal version of what filter transformation, because so in one router we can build n number of what you call filter conditions. Yeah, whereas in filter for each condition, so we have to have a separate condition, separate what you call filter transformation, which adds overhead is to this what you call mapping or execution once. Yeah, so now let us start getting into what you call the next step, which is going to be what other transformation. Like sequence generator, I think we talked about it, to generate unique values. Yeah. So I think we have seen with next value, car value, all that. I think we have seen that. And then we have a source qualified transformation, which will be used to override the default properties like a sort, join, filter. And it's you've seen that already. Yeah. So now update strategy to perform either insert or update, delete or reject. I think we have seen this also with practical examples. Rank, again, to calculate rank top or bottom. So depending upon the kind of activity that we do, like top products or bottom products or whatever. And then storage transformation, yes, this. So we need to take a look at now. I think let us try doing that. Let me cover all theoretical parts, then we'll get into practical examples. So yeah, stored project could be defined by ourselves or it is defined by somebody else. We just need to know like how to make a call to that particular SP with a given input, or get the corresponding result from this procedure, right? So here there are three types of data that can pass to this integration service with a procedure, like input output parameters, get the return and status codes. Yeah. This is common for any function. So stored procedure is just a function, it doesn't return any value, but we can have return values as part of what out parameters. That's all. Now, so yes, we can use this SP anywhere, like normal, pre or post, wherever you want it. And how to configure this, we will see that with examples. So this particular store procedure could be either connected store procedure or unconnected store procedure. Like lookup, we have discussed, right? Yes or no? Same concept holds good even with what? Store position. Yeah. So lookup is like a function, right? This is also like a function. Yeah. So yes, connected procedure, this is what we do. Uh, we connect it and make a call and get the job done. And then we have what I call custom transformation, which means we can also build our own functionality by using this particular custom, which will have some template. I think we have already seen the Java, right? That also contains some template. So we just fill that to get the job done based on our own choice. Yeah. Then we have the sorted transformation. So to arrange the data, arrange ascending or descending, this we have done it already, right? Java also we talked about it, like how to perform this particular building our own code. Yeah, add it and get the job done. Yeah. So then we have some extra features, null or not null, whatever, within the code I have seen. Now, let us talk about what I call the transformation language. In the sense, whenever we write some or create some mapping, right, which contains the transformation. Yeah. So for what? To transform the data. Transform what? The source data, right? So with this transformation language, we can create a transformation expression that takes the data from a port and changes it. Yeah. So then we have different kinds of transformations, like aggregator, all that. Some are passive, some are active. Yeah. So now we can take a look at some components in transformation: ports, input, output, variable, string, or numerics, constants, functions, whatever. So which means what? This transformation can take care of these things: input ports, output ports, variable ports, lookup ports, all that. Yeah. And then we got some functions, aggregator, these things, character based, these things, all. I think we have seen some examples also, right? So this is just theory, just to get an idea like what it contains. This we talked about it. Character based function, conversions also we have done already. Date based functions we have done. Then operators, plus, minus, constants, variables, return value, lookup, return we did, right? Reusable stuff we didn't talk about it because yes, like we have the reusability where we can place the common code which can be used by another other mappings. Yeah, so that's where reusable transformation would come in. Yeah, like for example, we can have a lookup which can be made as what? Reusable. So we can call it in other mapping. Similarly, we can also have set of transformations, yeah, like a map, right? Second reusable part. Yeah, so call it in mapping. Then we have a third. So this how we can have it. So then we can have what you call even reusability at task level, session level, map, or sorry, workflow level. Five types of reusable components. Yeah. So next we have a workflow manager where we can just have n number of tasks. So we'll talk about other tasks also, like assignment task, decision task, event wait, event race. Then we have workload tasks. All that will be discussed with examples. So this is the workflow manager would look like this: a workspace. This is the navigator. This is the output window. Then workflow manager properties. I think we have already done that. And workflow manager tools like a task developer, workflow designer, and workflow designer. There are three interfaces here. Yeah. So, so task developer where we can create a task which can be made as a reusable thing. Workflow designer where you can build a workflow. We can just build it, get it called from workflow. Yeah. So task, this is the multiple tasks. What it does, we can see it here. Command task to specify initial command or script. Control to stop the execution like abort or fail or whatever. Decision to build a condition. Email to send a notification. Event list to raise an event. Event wait for some event to take place. Session task is a runnable element for mapping. Assignment task to assign value to a variable. Timer, wait for some time, event to occur. So for example, let's say, so we waited for some time, some event to occur. Yeah, just specify the wait time. Yeah. So connections, relational connections, I think we've already talked about it. So then how to create a task, all that. Yeah, these things I think they're straightforward. We will do that with examples. Yeah. Assignment task also assign value to a variable. And workflow parameters also we can just add it here. So and variables, see, we can go to edit properties. Here you can add workflow parameters, and then scheduling also we can do it, workflow and stop about monitor recover. So those things we'll see it. And there are two types of views: task view and view, right? So that's it. So let us start getting what some practical stuff. Yeah. So, which means we just had high level perspective of what all we have within the power center, uh, from the designer perspective, from the manager perspective, which is workflow manager, right? So within the designer, we have seen reusable components like transformation applets. Then we have seen transformations with the different types of transformations. The manager, different types of tasks. Yeah. So that's all. That's a summary, right? Now let us start getting into what practical examples. There are some transformations which are left over, right? Let us try getting into it. The first and foremost thing is what I have list: normalizer. Yeah. So normalizer transformation will be used in order to perform the pivoting operations like converting columns to rows. Yeah. So that's what we do with the normalizer. And this particular normalizer transformation will be used for the linear data or hierarchical data, which means, let us say if we have an organization where we can see different types of employees, right? Team member, team lead, project manager, project senior project manager, AVP, VP, whatever. Now the question, at any level in the organization, if you want to perform some aggregation, to do that first we need to pivot the data, which means convert columns to rows, then apply appropriate aggregation. So which means we can also apply this normalizer to deal with what? Hierarchical data. Linear is straightforward, where we can just specify occurs and tilt, which means convert columns to rows, right? And I think you would be able to see my desktop, right? So let's get into the tool where we are going to see some practical examples. Yeah. Yeah. Normalizer. Let us take any source data. Example SAQ11. So you can just put a name here. Yeah, you can start doing it. Normalizer, where we are going to convert two columns to rows. Yeah. If you have four rows, two columns is pivoted, right? 4 into 2, 8. Simple matrix. Yeah. So that would take place with the normalizer transformation. Yeah. Clear, right? Then say okay. So take this, then we can use the normalizer transformation. Yes. To pivot. Yeah. Two columns. Yeah. Fine. And click on create and done. That's all. Now we can just define in the normalizer properties, right? By adding what? The normalizer column. For example, pivot, where we can specify the occurs here. So based on occurs, this particular number of columns can be pivoted. For example, if you say two occurs, which means occurs 2 means two columns can be pivoted. Level is disabled because we are not dealing with hierarchical data. Okay. Now let us try to map it. See here, pivot input to input 1, input 2, because we specified occurs as what? 2 here. And it is going to generate key to identify uniqueness of each record and generate common identifier, which is based on occurs. For example, first row, two columns. First column data, first row 1, second row, second column data occurred, what you call SCID pivot is 2. That's it. Then repeated for other rows. So here these are the input ports, IN1, IN2, pivot in1, pivot IN2, and rest are all what? Output ports. And GK will generate key starts from where? 1. If you want to start something else, you can change this number. Yeah. So please configure this, guys, which means just go to normalizer, click on add, and specify occurs as what? 2. Yeah. So done, right? Say apply and okay. Now can you see two inputs here? So we can supply these two inputs to C1, C2 to pivot input 1, input 2. Rest of the three ports are what? Output ports. One for unique, other for occurrence. This is for data. This is pivoted data. So please map this. Yes. Now you can just use target here. Then connect three output ports to C1, C2, and C3. Yeah. Now let us save it. All done, guys. I think you all could able to hear me, right? Yes or no?
Yes, 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 no.
Okay, good. So, is it done?
Yes,
Okay, fantastic. Now let us build a workflow. Okay. So WF underscore normalizer, right? So you need to back to today, yeah? So we'll try to do some complicated things, yeah? So now let's go to task menu, create task, session task, session task for normalizer for two columns. You can pivot n number of columns. So here we are trying to focus on pivoting two columns. Yeah? So that's what we are trying to do, right? Yeah, done, all? Yes, click on create. Now let us select normalizer. Yes, say okay, done. Yeah. So now let us connect. So now supply the input. This is same as earlier, no change. So let's use default one. I don't know whether we have SEQ1 in SRC files or not. If it is not there, so we like to add it. Then target file. You know. Let us save time because changing the folder name, it will kill our time, right? That's why I'm not changing wherever target also will not touch. So here just specify normalizer result.txt. That's all. Yeah. Apply. Okay, that's it. Now let us save it and the simple metrics. Two columns you are pivoting, right? Into number of rows. That's equal to the result. Yes, see, we can see, right? It is still on. Yes. Now let us see the result to look at the count. Yes. Yeah. Can you see here? Source rows how many? 4. And we gave occurs as 2. 4 into 2, 8. This is what we expected, right? That's a count. Now we can look at the data. Mm, normalizer, last one. Right? See, 8 rows are there. And this is what? Unique ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is GK ID, generate key, right? And last one is what? GC ID. 1, 2. Meaning what? First two rows are related to first two column data, C1, C2. We can look at the data, SEQ1. I think, yes. Yeah. See, 1, 2. 2 will come in the second row. So that's what we can see. Uh, Normalize the result, right? See, second row contains 2. which is first here 2.0. Then third 4, 5 is the second column data. It has come in the next row. That's it. So it's repeated, yeah, for rest of the rows. So that's it, like how this particular pivoting would take place. Likewise, you can also what you call change with 3 columns also. Yeah. Let's quickly change and finish it. So we just have to go to what normalizer, where we can see occurs instead of 2. Let's say we're going to pivot 3 columns. Yeah. And say okay. Now we can just set. Yeah. Done, right? So after that, we can just refresh mapping, save it, and run. Yeah. Yes. So that's it. It is successful. Now we should get source rows 4, right? 4 into 3, 12. I should get it, right? So normalize the result. See, we got it. Yeah. So we can see because of this double, right? It is truncated, it is split into 2. See here the first one, yeah. Then second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, whatever, right? Total we can see there are many rows over here. Yeah. So that's it. If there is no data, right? So it uses what space, yeah, in that particular row. Example here you can see this, right? So 5, 6 is what unique ID, which is GK ID, and other column data is empty, nothing is there. So that's it. Like how the pivoting would take, simple, 12 rows you'll get it. Yeah. So we can see the source data, which contains 4 into 3, which is 12. Yeah. So that's it about normalizer. Yeah. Yeah. Can we move on to the next topic, which is going to be transaction control, which is very easy part. Just to perform before commit, after commit, before rollback, after rollback, or continue transaction. These are pre-built macros that we have within this transaction control to decide to roll back or not to roll back before, after, whatever. Simple operations. We'll just do that quickly. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's go to mappings and select create. Yeah. So mapping underscore what? Transaction control. Right? Enter. Okay. Now let us take department table data and go to transformation and select what? Create. Where we are going to use transaction transformation. TRX. Yeah. Yes. and click on create and done. Yeah. Okay, so we can just build a condition. Based on that, we can specify the transaction control options, like based on the commit or rollback. Yeah. And target could be anything. Usually we use database in this case, but we can still use others also. Yeah. Yes. Just map it. After that, we'll try to build a condition within this transaction control. Yeah. Yes. Now configure the transaction control. Can you see here? By default, you will have what? TC, which means transaction control, continue transaction. If you don't do anything, so it will just continue transaction. You know, so which means at the end of the completion of all the rows, commit would take place. That's a default. Yeah. Those some rows are committed, not commit. It doesn't care. It will continue transaction irrespective of failure, pass, whatever. Right? Yeah. So that's for the continue transaction. But if you want to change that particular behavior, then we can start building a condition over here. So click on down arrow button where we can specify IAF if department number, yeah, less than 20. Here you can specify TC underscore. Oh, so TC underscore before commit, after commit. So we can see variables. Yeah. If you look at this built-in variables, so we have many, right? Some of them are these things. TC underscore commit before, commit after, rollback before, rollback after. Yeah. So TC underscore rollback underscore before and comma, right? So that's it. Yeah. So else we can continue transaction. Yeah. That's it. If it satisfies this condition, we roll back before, then else continue transaction. Just build it. Yeah.
Narasimha, it is under which tab?
Tab is variables tab.
Okay.
Variables, right? You can see, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Here you can just scroll down, you can see here. Yeah. So likewise, you can build n number of conditions. I'm just trying to show one. So depending upon our end expectation, right? So you can have that many number of conditions over here. Yeah. Yes. Now let us, I think we validated already, right? Yeah. It's working to everyone? Validation part. Yeah. Karthik, Safe, Raghavan, Amrita, Skanad, Sauraj, Surya, Vamsi, Rajesh. Yeah.
Nasima, can I go back again?
Okay, here. Huh?
Yes, yes, the condition.
Okay. IIF department number less than 20, comma, TC underscore, rollback underscore before. Or else just place the pointer here, click on this.
Yeah.
You'll get it. Yeah, you'll get the name. For example, I delete this. Yeah. Now I'll just click on. See, you got it. So that also you can do. But I typed it anyway. Anything is fine. So now I selected comment before.
First one is commit before, and second one is
TC continue transaction. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So now say okay. That's all. And run. Yeah. So now we can save this. So we can create. So WF underscore transaction control. Just commit before. Yeah, commit is fine. And then say okay. Now we can go to task, select task for transaction control. Yeah. Yeah, click on create. This one. Yes. Fine. Now configure this session. So here we have database connections all. First one, we have a default connection anyway. And transaction control, we've already configured. Then target. Okay. So we'll just put here TC. I'll just put TC underscore result. Apply and okay. Yeah. Now go to workflows and start workflow. I need to save it right and start the workflow. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So transaction T in the bottom right. Yes, it is running. So that's it. Yeah. Now let us start getting into what another transform, which is stored procedure. Yeah. Fine. Okay. First thing here, what we need to do. So we need to create stored procedure and then get it called from what stored procedure transformation, right? So why we are trying to do, because there could be existing project which was done by using what n number of SPs, stored procedures. Now the question, we need to know how to make a call so that we can avail the functionality which was done by existing project. So for that, we are trying to create it. After that, we are going to get it invoked from the mapping with stored procedure transformation. That's what we are going to do now, right? So now let us try doing it. Yeah. So create or replace procedure procedure name. It's a SP underscore aggregator. Then we can have input department number, which means we'll supply department number as input. And for a given department number, we expect what? Corresponding aggregation, like a sum, whatever, max or whatever, right? Which is going to be input parameter. And the type is what? A number. First one. Second one is going to be what? Output, which is, let's say, salary. Yeah. So, or we can also say max salary, which is out parameter, or we can also say sum salary. Yeah. So which is out parameter again, which is going to be a number, right? Next, as begin, yeah, then end, semicolon. Within this, we can write a query. Select sum shall, okay, shall into, because out shall we need to update, right? Sum underscore shall. Oh, sorry. Sum from what? Employee table, where department number, because employee table has got department number, right? Which is equal to input underscore department. This is what we have, right? Input we are getting from the caller. IN underscore DEPT number. That's about. Syntax, maybe some issues might be there. We'll fix it when you execute it. This is a logic actually. For a given department number, which is this one, get some salary. That's what we are doing here. Oh, here is a M is missing. So this kind of issues will be there, small. Yeah. Let's execute this. So please type this from your system also. I think syntax is okay. Yeah, done guys, all simple stored procedure. Yeah. Now to execute this one, forward slash then copy and go to SQL plus. Yeah. So here, paste it. See, it is created. So there is no syntax problem here. In case you have syntax problem, so what we need to do is we can just show errors. So it is going to give us the errors. So here I am getting no errors because it doesn't have any errors. Yeah. Did I write? Yes or no?
Nisima, anything existing was there, that's why you used replace or?
No, this is next again. Replace not required. There is only one. No, this is optional. Safe side, if you use it, no. In case if you already have it, it will get replaced. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, mostly like we'll use create, so I just saw that I, that's why I asked.
Yes, you are right. You are right. Yeah. This is best way because it can take care of a new one or replacing existing one. For both, it can be used. Yeah. So I think it's done, right? All.
Yes.
Yes. Now let us try to get it called. Just this is done by somebody. Now, as a designer, right? So we just start to build it, build a mapping, right? Here, it takes what? Department number as input. Correct, no? So let's go to mappings and create. So mapping underscore stored procedure, which is external procedure. Correct, no? Let us take this, assuming that it was built by somebody else. Yeah. And then say, okay. Now let us take department as input. Then can you see here there is an import stored procedure. So you need to select this to get the stored procedure which is in some database schema. Yeah. Select it and connect. If you have SPs which are created successfully, so those things you can see it here. For example, in my case, there are two here. Yeah. So I'm just selecting the one which we created just now. I hope all of you could able to see this entry, right, on your system. Yeah, and then say okay. Yes. Now, if you open this stored procedure and look at the ports, can you see here I for input department number and O, which is output port for some salary. Because we specified explicitly in this particular SP, yes or no, which is what is input in parameter, what is out parameter. Now, based on that, we could be able to see this ports I or O, right? Next, we need to go to properties where we can see connection information. So, dollar target rate, which is parameterized. If you want to supply the value to this, we can just click on down arrow button and select the connection, yeah, where we placed this stored procedure. Yeah. Yes. And then say okay. That's all. Apply and okay. Now, so we need to supply the input. So department number, which can be taken as input to in underscore department number. Then some salary is going to be the output. So, so what we need to do here, this is not an output port, right? So in the target, so we can supply department number as input to this target and get some salary from stored procedure, which is for a given department number, we are trying to get the sum salary from this stored procedure. That's all. It's like lookup we did, no? For a given code, we could able to obtain the corresponding value, right? Same thing we are trying to do it here. Yeah. Yes or no? Done, guys. All. Vanshi, Surya, Amrita,
Yes.
Raghavan. Yeah. That's all. Now save it. Yes, this is valid anyway. Yeah. Now let us try to create a workflow. Yeah. So WF underscore stored procedure with connected, I'll put here because we are focusing on connected stored procedure. Yes or no? Yeah. Now go to task and create a task. Yeah. So session underscore connected stored procedure. Yeah. And click on create. This one, right? Stored procedure external, right? Yeah. Now go to task. Yes. Connect to session task. Yeah. Now let's configure the session. So here, department source. Can you see connection here? And also, stroke is also we need to supply here. See, it is already supplied at mapping level, so we could able to see it. If you don't supply, it won't work. These two things we need to supply, then target is straightforward. Okay. Stored procedure result dot txt. apply and say okay. Yeah, please do that. Make sure that this connection is there and also connection is specified here. If not specified at mapping level, yeah, this is mandatory. Yeah. Okay, and then say okay. Now you can just save it. I think all done, right? Now start the workflow. So let's see that. Where is that? No, it's running here. Yes. So now let's open this session here. So get session log. Yeah, can you see here? For all the 4 rows, we got the sum salary because sum salary is obtained from employee table, but input department number we are trying to get it from department table. That's all. Yeah. So this is how one can start what you call building a mapping and get it used as part of workflow. Yeah. Now let us see the result. Result is similar to earlier. I think we have already seen that with aggregated transformation, right? Yes. See, for 10, 8750, 20, 10875, whatever. 30 something. 40, we don't have data in the employee table. For example, we can verify that in database. Like select DEPT number from EMP, right? See, we got only 10, 20, 30. We don't have any 40. That is why we don't have any employees belonging to the department number 40. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah.
Narsimha, can we create another like database and load the same result into another table?
Oh, send this to table target table. Huh?
Yes, yes.
We can do that. Yeah. So let us say we create how many columns are there here? So this is 3, right? Yeah. Create table. Okay, result table, right? Which is what is this? SP result. SP result as select star from. Let's use this department table as a base. Yeah. So here we have one numeric, right, where we can just capture sum. Yeah. Now, so select star from SP underscore result. So we can delete from this particular table SP underscore result. Yeah, and then comment it. Now we don't have any data here, right? So now let us try to dump the data to SP result. That's what you wanted, right? Amrita?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. So now let us do it with unconnected stored procedures. We'll cover both. How to take care of unconnected stored procedure and result of that can be sent to this particular target table instead of target file. Correct, no? So unconnected means no connection, like unconnected lookup we did, no? Same way here also we could do it. Or you want first table, huh? We can also do that. Let us delete this and create one target definition. Go to target, import from here. Here, I think SP result we created, right? This one, yeah. Please select it and then say okay. Yeah, this is done. Now go to mapping designer and use this SP result. Correct, no? So here we take a sum salary to department number and then department number to name. Anyway, decimal can fit in string, right? That is fine. Yeah. Or else you can also send some salary to department name also, that's fine. I would have added it just to save time. We just created it from another table. That's all we did, nothing else. So please do that. Yes. Now let us try to refresh this. I think we saved it, right? Yes. Now let us refresh it. So right click, refresh mapping and save it. Here, so we need to specify the target connection also, which is a table now. All are databases only. Here you can see Oracle connection, right? Which is a Scott schema. Then table name. Yeah. So you can give here SP underscore result. So SP this we did already talked about it. This also we talked about it. Only this one only. Yeah. Only connection you need to specify and target table name. Yeah. By default, load type is bulk. I'll talk about bulk normal when you talk about performance tuning. Yeah. Okay. Apply. Say okay. Now click on save. Yeah. Now start the workflow. Yes. So it is successful, right? That's it. Now, so let us look at the result here. So in database, right, we need to see. See, we got the data. Whatever department number, whatever is mapped, right, you'll get to see that. Yeah.
Narasimha, for me, I got a error called writer execution failed.
Oh, can you please share it?
Yeah.
One second, where it is there? One second. It's failed here, huh? Status.
Yeah, yeah. Writer execution failed. I got.
Can you please share it?
Uh, I think you are still sharing. I'm not able to see.
Okay, fine. Please share it now.
You are able to see, Nasim?
Yeah. So fine. One second. Writer execution file. Can you please go? Okay, you have not committed. Can you please go to SQL plus? There is a resource busy, right? Looks like I have not done that. Yes, you need to do commit after delete. Type commit
Okay.
semicolon. Now just rerun it. Yeah.
So if we don't do commitments, it will not have the exact permissions or
No, resource busy, right? Because you have not completed that transaction.
now it looks like.
Okay, whatever. So that's fine.
Yeah, let's stop this.
Yeah. So now let us start getting into unconnected lookup. Can you do that? Yeah. I think I've already shown lookup, right? Can you try, guys? I'll just wait for a minute and see whether you guys can be able to do it or not. Yeah. What we need to do, we just have to first configure SP, like what we did, exactly similar to lookup. There is no change, except during call, we just use second argument as what proc underscore result. Rest everything is same as lookup, no change, which means import SP, look at input port, output port, and then make a call in another transformation, which is expression. Here also we can do the expression transformation. Fine. So let me do it anyway. So create new mapping. Yeah. Mapping underscore stored procedure unconnected. Yeah. Fine, right?
Nasima, you're sharing your screen?
Oh, it's not shared on.
No, no.
Okay, so yes, you can see it, right? So this is the one. Just create new mapping underscore stored procedure unconnected. Yeah. Yeah. Now say okay. Same thing. We can use department table as input. Next, we need to import stored procedure. Connect, expand this, and select same SP. Only thing here is we are trying to do it with unconnected. That's all. Okay. Now double click and configure this first. Yeah. So go to properties and specify what the connection details, apply and OK. That's first step. Next, we can go to ports. See here, input port and we have output port, right? That's it. Yeah. Yes. Now we need to call this SP, right? Yeah. So get expression transformation. Yeah. exp underscore stored procedure, right? So please apply this and click on create. Yeah. And done, right? Now we just have to supply the department number. We don't need to care about other columns. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. Here we can just add one output port. Yeah. To calculate some salary. Some salary. Some salary, decimal or double, then enable input port, and here we can supply the sum salary, correct, no? So we need to call it, right? To call it, see, there's a stored procedure, like lookup, we have seen lookup category, right? Here we're trying to look at stored procedures. Yeah? So in this, we expect for a given department number, get corresponding result. So you can just type proc underscore result, which is going to be the second argument for SPAG. That's what syntax. No? So which means proc result is just a return macro for stored position. Yeah. Yeah. And then say okay. Done. All. Yeah. I hope all done right.
Yes, Mr.
Okay. Say okay. Apply. Okay. Now let us add some target. Yeah, we can use file to save time. Okay, these two things you can connect. So we are not using what SP at all. We are just making a call. Exactly similar to lookup. Yeah? No change. And that's what we discussed right here. But here we need to make sure that a connection is given in SP, right? If not, you'll get a problem. Yes, it's done anyway. Now we can save it. Done. Now let us build the workflow. So now WF underscore unconnected lookup. Sorry, unconnected SP. SP, sorry. Click on task, create. So session underscore unconnected SP. Then click on create. Where do you have it? This one. Yeah. Then say okay and done. That's all. Let's map this. Now let us configure this similar to earlier, no change. And it's a connection, default connection we have. And here also you'll have default connect. We have already given it. Then target file. Okay. Unconnected underscore sp dot txt. Yeah. Apply and okay. And then save it. Yeah. That's all we should do it. Yeah. Then you can just start the workflow. So where is that? So unconnected SP, right? This one. See, it is successful now. Yeah. So result should be same as earlier. No change. This one, right? Last one. Sorry. So that's all, guys. Yeah. So that's about stored project part. I think we have done from scratch how to create it, how to call it with connected, unconnected, with the database target. Well, all that I think we discussed, right? So the database target, file target could be anything, it doesn't matter. But how we configure SP, that is the main thing here. Yeah. Now let us go with another XML. You know, so which means how one can write data to XML target, and second, how to read the data from an XML. You know, then logic part we can just do it in any way, expression transformation, whatever. But reading and writing is an important thing. Yes or no? Yeah. So first thing, so we need to create the definitions. Let us say we go to target and clear all to avoid confusion. Here we are going to create the target definition for to get XML data. Go to targets menu. See, there is an import XML definition. So which means if you already have URL or XML file or even non-XML also, we can create XML definition. That's the first step. Let us try doing it. Select import XML definition. And you see from local or URL non-XML example. Please select that. Now let us say we are going to use department. Yeah. So which means whatever structure that we have in the department table, right? Same thing can be seen in XML definition. Yeah. So please select it, guys. Yes. And then say open. Say yes. Yeah. Now say okay. Click on next. If you want to change, we can change DPT XML. Yeah. So supply this. Click on next. See, can you see here? So this is what is a default properties will be used to create XML definition. Finish it. So now, as we all know that XML is a markup language where if you want to pull the data from an XML, we use what? Parsers. Like we got DOM-based parsers like document object model or SAX-based parsers or whatever. Parser means reading. Yeah. In this case, for example, can you see here? These are three elements that we expect in the target. Now, can you see XPath here? Department number, name, location, the root. So we are trying to dump these three elements in the root level only. That's what you can say XPath. If you want to change, we can change XML path. Yeah. Accordingly, XML would get generated. Now in this, we can see what primary key, this is a department number, and foreign key, which is a root, which means we do not have any other XML to build it. If you have it, you can also build a linkage to another definition. Fine. Now the next question. Let us save this first, which means the definition got created. Hereafter, we need to create a mapping where we can read the data from any other non-XML file, like a flat file or a table or application, and get it transferred to this particular XML. Let us try doing it. So go to Mapping Designer, select Mappings, and say Create. Yeah. Yeah. So now supply the mapping underscore XML, write, right? Which means we are going to write from non-XML, correct, no? So which is, let's say, table or file, flat file, whatever. Yeah. So usually we use this particular XML to perform the real-time data transaction. Yeah. And then say okay. That's all. Now let us say we are going to read the data from department table where this structure is matching with XML structure, right? That's why we are just using this. Please drag and drop. And then we need to write this to a target, right? So you can just get XML, expand this, where we can see XML here. Yeah. This is source, right? So we need to go to target here, department XML, this one. That's it. Yeah. So now we need to map the columns. Let us say these three columns. So please select all of them and get it mapped to three columns in the target. Yeah. Clear, guys? To everyone? Yes or no?
Yes, Nathan.
Okay. Now we can just save it. Okay. So this is fine. Now let us try to build a workflow. So let's say WF underscore, yeah, relational to XML. Fine. Yeah. Now go to task. So session followed by, yeah, same DB2 XML, right? Yeah, click on create. So let us select this. Okay, where is XML, non-XML? This one, right? Yes. Let's map it. Yeah. So this is anyway default connection we are using it. Yeah. And then target. Let it be same name, no change. Yeah. dptxml.xml in the same location, right? So make sure that anyway we are not doing any change in this workflow. Yeah. And then say okay. That's all. Now save it. It is valid. Now relational data should be converted to XML. Let us see that. Start workflow. Anyway, XML got created here. So you can see in the target. So XML, it is success. Relational to XML, right? Yes. Now let's look at here. Yeah, file got created, right? So you can just open in this editor or We can also open in even Internet Explorer browser also. I just double clicked on it. See, we got no. So root, X root, then first row, second row, third row, fourth row. Because we are trying to dump in the root level only. So with this way, we can convert what relational to XML. I hope all of you got the same result. Yes or no? Omji, Surya, Anil, Amrita, Deepak, all. Yeah. If you have got any issues, let me know. We'll try to fix that. Yeah. Now let us say we have done from relational to XML. Can you do it other way? It means how to read the data from an XML, get it transferred to a flat file. Yeah. So table to XML we did, XML to flat file we'll do it. This means from any type to any other type can be done. Remember. Yeah. So which means first we need to create XML definition, then use it, and then and add some target, file target, flat file target. That's all we should do. Yeah. So now let me just back, go back. Yeah, this is administrator, that's okay. Now let's go to designer. First, we need to go to source analyzer and clear all. Then create source definition. Okay. Import from XML, or we can also create it from non-XML also. It's not that we need to create it from XML only. Yeah. So whichever you like, if you have XSD, we can do it, or if you have non-XML, we can also do that. Yeah. Example, like last time I did, right? So we can do that. Yeah, say okay. See here, department. Click on next and finish. Yeah. So rename. Looks like some name is there. So department XML, right? That's all. So please create this source definition based on department table.
Narasimha, once this is done, can you show one data masking transformation?
Yeah, we'll see that. Yeah. So we don't have license, I think. Let's see. Yeah. License is not there to show that, but I'll talk about it. Yeah. Fine. So now let us try to create a mapping. So mapping underscore XML to flat file. Say okay. Yes. Now let us take this department XML. and get it connected to target file, which is any target. Yeah, here you can just map these three columns to C1, C2, C3. That's it. Which means database to XML, XML to flat file. In simple terms, from any type to any other type, we can convert either indirect way or direct way. Indirect means through relational table to flat file we are doing, or we can also do relational table to flat file directly also, right? We have already done that. Yeah, that's why I said we can do it direct way or indirect way. Now let us save it. That's it. Now we need to specify the XML file. So for example, here we have this XML, right? I'll just place it under SRC files. Yeah. So we'll read the data from here only. Yeah. Same XML file. Let us leave it XML right there. So WF, okay, read XML, right? Then create. So session underscore XML read. Yeah. Click on create. It's XML to platform. Select it. Done. Right. Now connect. That's all. Now configure the session properties. Yeah, here, so we need to change the file name, which is dpt xml.xml. Yeah, so please apply that because that's what the name we give, right? So under this src files, here you can see dpt xml.xml, same name we need to give. Yes. Now we can specify. Okay. This is done, and also target. Target we can use default. So then we can have, yeah, this one, which is XML result. Result.txt. We can also have XML. It is txt, right? We are trying to convert that txt. That's all. Say okay, and then save it. Yeah. Now this is valid. Yes. Now let's run it. I think it's done, right? Yes, it is running here. Yeah, it is successful. I hope it is got succeed on your system also, right? Yeah. Now let us see the result in the TGT files. So which is XML result, right? This one. See, we got it. Department number, department name, and location where we store C1, C2, C3. That's all. So this is how we can take care of what you call XML read and XML write. Yeah. Yes, that's about XML stuff. Now let us talk about another concept which is reusable stuff, right? After that, we'll get into PMCMD, workflow tasks, parameterization, all that. Fine. Okay. Let's continue. So, what is the next topic?
Nasima, I got one error. Can you show me straight?
Oh, error XML. Okay.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, please share it.
Maybe my source had some issue happened. I'll just
Primary document that could not be read. Oh, department is there, huh? Go to your session properties.
listen properties, right?
Yeah, session properties.
One moment.
It is failed. Session properties.
Yeah, sorry, sorry.
No, no, workflow manager. Yeah. So you have department. Yeah, click on that. Scroll down. Yes, wait, wait. Do you have this file in that? Go to that location, D source. Oh, that's not there. So what you need to do is, where did you send target last time? TG, this is in target. Huh?
Yeah, it is there here.
Select that department XML file. Yes. Copy that in the source. Yeah, copy and paste it in source. Then rename it. Just put dpt.xml. That's what you have, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes, enter. Now run it.
Yeah, it is there.
Yes. Yeah. You can check the result.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Fine. So now let us start getting into what reusable activities. Yes or no? Yeah, which means, see, reusability is one of the important concept, guys, because uh, being a good designer or architect, right? So we need to first identify all the common components or common logic, and those common things should be kept as part of reusable blocks. And now in Power Center, reusability would be expressed at transformation level, set of transformations level, task level, session level, workflow level. These are the five places where we can take care of the reusability. Yeah. Now let us try to what we call build the transformation as a reusable transformation. Yeah. So let us start doing it. So go to mapping, sorry, designer, can you see there is a third button here, transformation developer? Please click on that. This particular interface has been designed to build reusable transformations. Yeah. Okay, so let us say lookup. I think we talked about different types of caches, all that, right? Yes, and similarly, we can build a lookup at once and use it in what? Many places in any other mappings. Yeah? So now to do that, go to transformation. So and then create lookup or event stored procedure or whatever you want to place the common logic. So that part should be taken care as part of this transformation. Yeah? So click on create and then start what building. Let us say lookup example. Yeah? So LKP, I'll just put reuse. Yeah. Like we have seen unconnected lookup, right? So this is exactly similar to that unconnected lookup case. What we did was the scope and visibility of the lookup is within that mapping. Now we are trying to make it outside, which means outside mapping we are trying to add it so that anybody could make use of it. Yeah. So that's what we are trying to do over here. Yeah. Then click on create. Yeah. Now get lookup from anywhere like import, source, or whatever. I think this concept we know it. That's a department table. Yeah. So which one? Department, right? Yeah. Please select it. So this is the what you call best way to organize the components in a well structured form, because if some newcomer comes onto this project, right, so they could able to understand like how well this particular project has been organized. Yeah. Say okay. Yes. Now let's configure this. I think we know it, right? So we need to add one port which is going to be the input port. Yes or no? Example, input DEPT number, department number with a type of decimal. Remember, this type should match with whatever type and precision that we have as part of this particular lookup column. And precision also we need to change it. So which is 2 here, right? And input port here. Yeah. So please add this and then go to condition and click on add. So here you can see department number equal to what? IN underscore department number. Yeah, that's all. So apart from that, we can also specify the return port. So let's say department name. That's all. Only three things: adding input port, then return and condition. Anything should be done as part of lookup configuration. I think we have done it earlier. Yeah. See in the lookup procedure reusable. Look at here. Yeah. Thus, at the time of configuration mapping also, right? Transformation level, you will have a reusable checkbox. That way also we can make this particular transformation as a reusable transformation. Yeah. So now we can say apply and okay. Yeah, that's it. Now, once you do that, right, there's a transformation category where we could able to see what lookup reuse. That's it. Likewise, you can add n number of transformations over here so that so they can be reused in any other mapping. Yeah. And then go to repository and save it. Yeah, that's it. Now, once you are done with that, we'll try to use it in the mapping. If it is done, let me know, guys. We'll get into the usage of it now, right? Yeah. Now click on Mapping Designer and go to Mappings menu and select Create. Yeah. So mapping underscore lookup reuse. Third, no? That's it. Now we can take any source data, example, employee table. You know, this is source data, right? Which will be compared with the department table. You know, yeah. Now we can drag and drop this lookup transformation, which is reusable one. Yeah. Let's say we are using connected one. Here we can connect department number to what? Input department number, right? That's it. After that, we can get the department name from this particular lookup transformation. Yeah. So use target here. That's all. Lookup, right? See, all the columns are lookup enabled columns. Plus, they can also be used in the target, which is output port is enabled, right? So, which means we can use this department number, which is connected here, and get the corresponding department name from that. That's all. Logically, we should not do it because department number should be connected from source to a target, and from lookup, we should get department name. That's a logical way of doing it. Yeah. Now, within the lookup, did we configure this database stuff? It is already there over a DSN. That's all. That's it. This way, see, this is exactly similar to what we did earlier, except we are trying to make it reusable, nothing beyond that. Yeah. Done, guys. All. Yeah. So if you have any questions, let me know. So like we have just used transformation developer. Then select a transformation which is lookup from that list. Then we have just configured ports. We added one input department number with type and precision is same as lookup column and enabled return port here, or then we added a condition here, which is this. So three things are done in the lookup. Yeah. Then now we are trying to make use of that logic within the top level mapping. Yeah. So if the department number matches with the lookup table, you will get department number in the target. So department name in the target. Yeah. Now let us save this. I think we've already done it. Yeah. So now let me call this thing here itself, yeah, rather than another workflow, because now we need to look at that time session underscore reuse lookup transformation, right? Yep, that's it. And click on create. So this is reuse, right? What is the name again? This one. Yeah. So now let's connect start task to reusable mapping task. Reusable mapping with reusable mapping with reusable transformation. Yeah. So now let's configure this. See here, this is same, and here also we can see here the connection settings. See relational. So we need to supply the relational connection over here. If you don't supply, no, you'll get an error by saying connection details have not been specified. Yeah. Now let us configure the target. First, output field names. Then the target, which is, let's say here what we are doing here, reuse. Yeah. I'll just put reuse underscore LKP target. Yeah. That's all.
So did you look up on target or source in that reusable one?
Import. Let's
Yeah,
import from
you
relational
imported.
table.
Yeah, imported as a source or as a target unit.
It could be from anywhere. So I've just used from anywhere option. Let me show you that. Huh? So this what you're asking, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this one, right?
Yep.
When you try to import, no, you can import it from anywhere. No? So let's say when you create transformation.
I'm getting the condition is invalid after using that in mapping. So that's
One second, one second. Let me show it again. L, right? Now look at here. So there's import option. See, either from source or target or from anywhere. Anywhere. This is option I've used.
okay.
Import from relational table. You got no?
Yeah.
Select it and then supply this connection details, connect and expand it. Here you can see the department table. That's what we selected. Right, no?
Okay. Yeah, that's it. I did. Okay.
And then say okay. See, now we got it. Right? After that, right, you are getting problem, right?
Mm.
Let me show it again. So first thing, so we need to go to ports and select location, add new port here, which is for input, right?
Mm.
So what is the name we gave? IN underscore DEPT number, input department number, correct, no? And
Mm.
this type, no, it should match with the lookup department number, which is a decimal, right? Yes or
Okay.
no?
Mm. Okay.
Select decimal, and even precision also should match, which is 2 here, correct, no?
Yep.
2, that's all. After that, so we need to select return port, which is the department name, because for a given department number, right, we expect department name, right?
Yeah.
After that, we need to add a condition. Go to condition, click on add. See, now department number is equal to input department number. That's all. And
Okay.
then say okay. That's all. Now there is no problem, right?
Yeah, understand.
That's it. First input, return, and condition. Three things. Just remember. Wherever we use lookup, these three steps are same. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. Let me
Yeah.
delete because we have already done it. Okay. So now I think we are just doing it here. Yeah. Now make sure that in lookup we use, right, we specified connection. Yeah, that's a mandatory part here. Apply and okay. Save it. So now start the workflow. Yes, it is running, right? So both the sessions are running. Now we'll try to increase more number of tasks within the same workflow because till now we have just focused on one, right? Now we'll try to increase it because after this reusability, right, we'll talk about all the tasks within the workflow. Yeah. Yes. Now it is completed successfully. So we can look at the result in the TGT files. This one, right? Okay. See, for a given department number, we got department name. This is similar to what we got earlier, like unconnected lookup we did, connected lookup we did. Now we are trying to make it reusable. Nothing else. Everything is same as earlier. Yeah. I hope all of you got the same result. Yes or no? Yeah. If not, let me know, guys. I'll just talk about it with a practical example. Wherever you get stuck, right? Any topic, I'll explain that with a practical example. Yeah. Okay. Now we just focused on reusability at transformation level. Next question: how one can build reusability at set of transformations level? To get there, so we need to get into what? Maplet. Yeah. So I repeat, in order to perform this building set of transformations where there has to be what you call common logic to be built. In such cases, what need to be done? We can add one or more transformations within this what you call maplet and get it used in the mapping. So like transformation developer, we have used it for transformation reusability. Here, Maplet interface or Maplet designer interface, we are using it for building reusable Maplet, which is Maplet means submap. Submapping means set of transformations, which can be reusable. It's as simple as that. Now, let us go to Maplet and click on create. So here I'll just place the name, which is what? Maplet underscore reuse, where we can add a number of transformations. Please apply the name over here. So, and then say okay. Now, so let us say we are going to make use of department as a source. Now, if you want to override any default properties for source qualifier, which can be used for many other mappings, we could do it. And next, where do we send output of this particular override options? That's where we need to dump output of this to a mapped block, which is what we call another transformation, which is mapped output or whatsoever, right? So let us say mapplet output. Yeah. So now supply the name here mapplet out. Yeah. So which means output of this particular source qualifier or any other set of transformations would be dumped to an object, which is what? Maplet output. Yeah. And then click on create and done. Right. So once you are done with that, now output of this what you call columns will be connected to a maplet block. That's all. So and save it. Once you build it, make sure that this particular maplet is valid. Yeah. So then only we could able to make use of it in the mapping. Yeah. See, it's normally any object you want to program, right? What we do? C equal to A plus B. A is a operand, B is also operand with a with the operator is what plus. So output of these two, which is A plus B expression, will be stored in what? Some variable which is C. So what is the variable here? Maplet output, which means this is going to be the expression like A plus B. That's what we are doing here. And output of A plus B will be stored in the object, which is what? Maplet output object. It's as simple as that. That's why if you have basic or elementary concepts of programming, right, these tools are derived from that. No? These tools are very, very simple. Just drag and drop. Yeah. But if you're strong in foundation, right, in any programming language, everything will be converted to the programming because they have been derived from that. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's go to mapping designer and go to mappings and select create. Yeah. So mapping, maplet, reuse. Yeah. That's all. So once it is done, say okay. That's all. Now the next question, how to make use of it? If you look, once you build it, no, there'll be a maplets block, sorry, category where we can see our maplet. Just drag and drop. So because source qualifier, right? Next, output of that can be done with some what do you call manipulation or without manipulation also, just to check whether we could able to pull the data using a maplet and that can be transferred to a target. That's what we are trying to simulate over here, right? And then save it. Yeah, done. Simple. Output of maplet that will be taken as input to what? Mapping. Within that, you can do like whatever you want to do. Example, in this case, we are just taking outcome of maplet and get it transferred to a target. Yeah. Yes, now let us try to build the workflow. Here itself, let's try to create a task. So which is based on maplet session underscore maplet with a mapping, right? Because directly you cannot use maplet, right? It has to come through mapping only, right? Yeah. So this one, right? Mapping maplet use. Now let's go to task and click on link task and get it connected to session task. That's all. Yeah. Now configure this session task here. See here, maplet, right? So connection, whatever we have in maplet, right? So same thing can be seen here, like source table name. we are using table, right? So you can just put here department table example, right? And then we can also see relational leader here with a connection of what? Oracle connection, and specify the target file name here. Output field names. Yeah, specify target here. So you can just put here maplet result. Yeah. Dot txt. Yeah. Okay. This is a second way of performing the reusability in this power center. Yeah. Apply. Yeah. So please do that. Say okay. That's it. Yeah. So now let us run this. Okay. Yes, it's done. So that's it about Maplet. Let us see the status. It's taking more time because we are trying to run 3 tasks in parallel in the same workflow. That is why we used to use only one to save time, right? So now it is done. So now all are successful. So we can look at the result, which is Maplet result. It's simple department data. See, we got it. Indirectly, we got the data from department table to a file through Maplet. Indirectly means through Maplet we got it. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So and after that, we'll start getting into how to achieve this particular reusability at session level or task level. Yeah. So these tasks are pending, guys. One is a command execution, different task, and the parameterization. Yeah. Let us do that. Yes, session task reusability. Yeah. Let us finish that. It's a very small thing. Yeah. So, in order to build what I call session reusability, right? So we can go to task developer. Look at here. Task developer has been designed to build reusable task, and one type of task is what? Session task. Now let's go to task and then create with a session task, which is I'll just put here session underscore reuse, right? Click on create. So you can select anything. That's aggregator count. Yeah. That's all over. Now, once we do that under sessions, we could able to see that. And then once we have it, we can just get it called over here. For example, just call and then connect. So I don't know which one you are using here. So let's run without doing anything. So because connection is fine, and then aggregators are fine. I think they're all okay. I think let's use the defaults. Yeah. Save and run. Yeah. Actually, we need to build a solution without touching much. Things should happen. So our experience should show that okay, without doing or with minimal effort, things should happen. That way, we need to design. Yeah. Okay. So let it get executed. That's about session part. Next, task level reuse. Simple. Any other task. One task, I think we have all talked about it. Yeah. Session task. Sorry. Worklet also you can build. Sub workflow, right? So click on worklet. Yeah. create a worklet. So, worklet reuse. Yeah. So within that, we can call, let us say, this reusable session, or you can also call even normal session also. Any number of tasks can be part of this particular what worklet. Yeah? Like example, session aggregator or something else, whatever you wanted. Yeah? Let's aggregate. Yeah? So now we can just call. So we are calling two times here. So there will be a conflict. Instead of that, let us delete and call another task because same target will be using it, right? Session generic. So lookup connected because there'll be a mutual collision, right? If you try to use same target. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let us save and run. See whether it's going to work or not without touching anything. It's a worklet, right? So now we need to call this. So worklet can't be executed directly. So call this. See, there's a worklets category where we can see our worklet. Just drag and drop and connect it. That's all. See, it's a workflow, right? We are trying to call within the top level workflow. That's good. Now run this. So that's all about number of ways through which we can build reusable activities at transformation level, set of transformation level, task level, session level, and worklet or workflow level. Yeah. Okay, so this will take some time to execute. So meantime, can we take a break, guys? Yeah, yeah. So just yeah, 15 minutes break. Yeah? We'll meet at 16, 4:45. Fine, no? Okay, guys. All 4:45 will meet. Yeah, I think everyone has come back, right? So let us continue, guys, because we need to cover some topics. We'll finish it in 1 hour. Okay, let me share my desktop. Okay, so we talked about different ways to apply the reusability. Now, let us talk about understanding different types of tasks supported by or supported within the workflow, right? Let us do that. So I'll just put here ws underscore all tasks. Yeah. In one workflow, we'll try to do almost all. Yeah. Start task. First thing, we've already talked about session task, right? Let us start with that. So session generic. So which is or which could be pointing to any task, any mapping. Sorry, mapping Java delimiter, whatever. Yeah, it's the first thing, right? And then so one by one, we'll execute and look at the result, right? That's it. Yeah. Now let us save and run this mapping. Sorry, run this workflow. Independently, we'll try to understand. Then we'll also start adding other tasks in the same workflow. Yeah. Yes. See, it is successful. Okay. That's the first thing. See, we can see result here, right? SAQ time we can see 9 p.m. Whatever times that we have it, we can just see it here. Yeah. So next, let us try to talk about what another type of task, which is okay. Let us go to drop down command task. Yeah. See, the main goal of command task is what? One, we can use any shell command and get the result, or we can also have shell script or bash script, which can be invoked when you run this particular workflow. Yeah. I'll just put here command task. Yeah. Please add it here and click on create. Or else you can just observe, you can just do it after session. Yeah. So now we can just link it. Within this command task, we can go to commands tab where we can click on add and supply any command here. For example, ls, okay, it's in Unix, right? Now we are in batch, right? So Windows. So we can dump output of directory command to a target. Example, d colon slash target slash dates directories dot txt. Yeah. So output of directory will be redirected to dates dot txt. Yeah. That's what we are trying to do it here. Yeah. Yeah. Done, right? All. Yeah. And then let us apply and save and done. We'll understand one by one, guys. I can put all of them one shot, but I need to make sure that you all understand it. Yeah. Yes. See, now command is running, so it got successful. So once it is successful, we can also see like the status of this particular command task in workflow log, not in session log, because yeah, in workflow log it's a collection of tasks, right? Where we can see like what has happened to that particular command. Yeah. So here you can just yeah, can you see here? So command task instance. This is where this command got executed, right? Dir redirecting to target this.txt and execution started and execution is successful. Now we can go to the respective location where we specify the redirection, right? And see whether we got the expected result or not. Yeah. See days.txt, right? So in that, see, we should get list of directories and associated files in the specified. So by default, if we specify dir, right, it will point to what executable or binary location of Informatica. Example is this. Yeah. So that's it. So we can see n number of files and associated directories under the specified what you call default directory. Or we can also change this instead of what you call default. Yes, see here. So instead of this, we can specify dir in a specified path also, C colon, whatever you want it. Yeah. Anyway, that is fine. This is the second one, right? Second task. Yeah. Now, let us start getting into what another task, which could be, let us say, worklet task example. Yeah. So we talked about worklet task, right? So we can just, we have already created it. We are just using it in this particular workflow. So that's going to be the another task. Yeah. This is a third task. We are trying to use it as part of workflow. Now let us see whether all the tasks would get executed successfully or not. Yeah. Let us run and see the status. Okay. See, they're all running now. So we'll try to make it heavily loaded by adding more number of tasks within the same workflow. Yeah. See, workload reuse, one got failed. That's okay. We don't need to care about. Within the workload, there is one session which got failed. That's a problem with that particular session, which we don't need to worry. But as a whole, if you look at this workflow, it got successful. So if you want to look at what went wrong in the session generator, so we can just handle it. That's specific to that particular task. So we can just open the session log and see what went wrong here. See, the value must be specified. Lookup TRS connected, right? So it is not specified input. So that is why we are getting this error. So that's within the task. We don't need to worry about it, right? I think we know how to specify all that, right? We have done that. So let's focus on how to add n number of tasks here. Now the next question, another type of task, which is, let us say, event wait. Yeah. Okay. Event wait means, so event means anything which can occur, like for example, trigger. For example, as and when the file arrives in a specified location, our workflow should get started automatically. Our task should be executed automatically. That's one example. Or we can also say that file watcher event, which means waiting for file to be arrived. Yeah. Let us specify that. This is a race. We need to select event wait. Where wait, we're talking about wait. This one. Yeah. So event wait. Done. And then connect it. That's all. Now we can configure this event wait for file watch or whatever you want it here. Can you see here? This is a file watched event where we can specify, let us say d colon slash source, you know, where we can have seq underscore 3 dot txt. If the file is available, then this particular task would be executed, or else what happens? It will keep on waiting for the file to be arrived. Let us see that. We'll talk about valid case and we will also talk about invalid case. Yeah. So time is short, right? So because the we can cover many in-depth activities. I'm just trying to talk about one high-level items within the Power Center. Yeah. So we need at least 5 full days to cover all. Okay. See, event wait is running. It is waiting for something to happen, which means the file seq3. Now let's go to that location d source, right, and try to add this file. Where is that? Yeah. So we don't seq3.txt is there, right? Then why it is? So did we specify the wrong one? Event wait. Yeah. What is the name we gave here? Okay, slash is missing here. Correct, no? Okay. Okay. Let us start it again. I'll stop here. See, event wait is running, and this is also running state workflow because if all the tasks are completed, irrespective of failure passed, right, then only workflow status will be succeeded, or else it will keep on in the running state only, right? So, for example, if I just restart, see, could not start execution of this because there's a concurrent execution, which means already been used by something else. That's what you can see error here. Yeah. So then how to take care of it? Then we can stop here. Yes. Now let us try to what? Restart. See, now it is event wait got successful. That's it. Which means if the file is available, it will be executed, it will be succeeded, or else no. Now, for example, let us say I'll just delete that file, which is seq3. Example, I'm just deleting it from here. So now let us try to run it. So it will be in what running mode only. Yeah. So that is the effect of this particular what event wait. Yeah. So which means it will keep on polling for the file to be arrived. That's the concept of this. Yeah. Yeah. So let it. It'll keep on waiting it. Now let us see if I just say undo. Now the file is there. It should complete. See, it is successful. That's it. Whenever the file comes onto this specific location, right, it will be successful. So that's a event concept. Now there is a one more task. Let us try to add it. Event raise, which means we can also raise an event, but prerequisite for that is we need to add an event where in workflow level. So to do that, go to events at workflow level and start adding any event here. I've just added some junk event, and then we can just go to task and select create and specify what event raise, which means we can raise the event which is a specified event. Some others can make use of that particular event here. Yeah. So let's say here event underscore raise, right? That's all. Now say done. Okay, let us connect this. That's all. So within this, we need to point to that event that we added as part of what workflow level. Or so we can also specify there is an event here and just specify that. Yeah. So this is event raise part. Now, anyway, we'll add one more task. This is a very small thing. So let's go to another task, which is going to be on event decision task. So decision task will be used in order to what check the condition. So which means we can check the status of predecessors or other tasks, or we can also build a condition based on that downstream task would get evaluated. For instance, let's say click on create and then start what connecting from start task to decision task. Yeah. So within that, yeah, here you can just specify the decision over here. See here, for example, the status of command task example, which is equal to 1, which means success. Yeah. Then we'll proceed further with the subsequent task based on this particular decision. Any kind of decision can be, what you call decision can be built over here. So let us try to run this workflow because we added two things, right? One, event raise, and second, decision task. Yeah. After that, we'll talk about there's a control task and assignment task. Yeah. So event raise is done, event wait is done, decision also done. That's over. Others I think we have already discussed. So that's over. Now the next question, how are we going to what we call make this particular task or workflow to be failed or successful? To do that, we got another task, which is what we call control task. Where is that? Yeah, control task. Yeah. So which means once the control reach to some point, right? Make it to fail or make it to some other status. For example, we reached here. Then after that, we can just establish connectivity to control task where we can say that we don't expect control to be reached, but unfortunately, we have got it. In such cases, we can make this particular control option either fail me, fail parent, or whatever. So you could able to see multiple values. For example, fail me, which means what? I have not expected the control to be reached here, so make it to fail. That's a one thing. And then we got one more task, which is assignment task. So to get into this assignment task, we need to make sure that the variables have been added as part of workflow level. So let us add some variable. That's a new variable, and value could be, let us say, some 100 whatever, and value assign a value to this variable by using what assignment task supported by this particular workflow. Let us see that. See, there's an assignment here. you know. Yes. Yeah. Now let us. Okay. Wait, wait. Yes. Now you can just click on this. See, if you don't add any variables, right, then we cannot. This button will not be enabled. That's why I added one. Yeah. Now you can just again assign the value to anything. Example, status is equal to one or whatever. So make sure that's valid and okay and okay. And then there is a timer task also where we can specify the timer, like when to start all that. Yeah, like the scheduling part. But the scope should be within this particular workflow only. But top level schedule is different from this one. So now let us take this particular what timer. This is the one. Yeah. That's all about task. This is the last one. Yeah. Now all the tasks are done. Now we need to get into what another topic, which is how to run this particular workflow from command line. Let me finish this. See, specify the exact time to start. We can specify based on that. So it will run the workflow, whatever. Yeah. So our second one is we can calculate and specify it. So that's all. So that's it about different tasks supported by workflow manager. Yeah. Now now the next topic is what important topic, which is how to run this particular workflow from a command line. Yeah. So this is over, right? How to run workflow from a command line. To do that, pmcmd command is the power mart cmd. That's what it means. Now to do that, so we need to go to this command line. Yeah, let us start doing it. Hey, what happened? So right. Yeah. So within that, let's go to that location. Oh, what is this? Okay. Now, where do you have this server? Wherever you have server, right? Which means that's where you have PMCMD, right? So this is the server bin, which is D drive only, right? Now go to D drive. Hmm, fine. So Informatica, then some version, some server, then bin, right? Oh, what happened? Bin, right? That's it. Now look at dir, right? So we could able to say dir pm, right? So we'll have what we call pmcmd command. Now we can type cmcmd, then followed by start workflow. Yeah. So which means PMCMD takes inputs like start workflow, stop workflow, abort workflow, recover workflow, whatever. So we got multiple options to this particular PMCMD. Now within this start workflow, we can also able to see multiple sub options like a service name, domain name, all that. So let us try to specify this. I hope all of you could able to see my desktop clearly. Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So now let us try doing it. So example first is what SV, which indicates service name. Which what is service name we gave? PC int. Yes or no? Then hyphen D, which is what domain, which is let's say domain underscore SAP dev. Right? Correct? Then
Maximize it. Narsim.
okay, okay, let me do it. Yeah. Okay, size, right? I need to increase the size. Oh. Yes, now it's better, right? Yes or no? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now domain is specified hyphen D, right? Then hyphen E. This is what username, which is hyphen U. You or username, whatever. So administrator, right? We just have to specify all the inputs. That's all, nothing else here. Then we have a P, hyphen P. I'm just following. So we don't need to remember all. No? Correct, no? Then we have, okay, folder is optional. Then workflow name. So workflow underscore, let us say, src underscore tgt. Enter. That's it. See, it is started successfully. So this is what we do. What, like how to run this workflow from the command line. Once it is executed, right, we can monitor it from the workflow monitor. So somewhere you will have it. Nothing is running. Huh? Okay, let me start it again. Yeah. It should show here anyway. Let me show it again. See, it is running, right? See here. That's it. When you run from command line, right, we can monitor it from the monitor. That's it. Anyway, it got successful earlier. Yeah, it is successful. So that's it, guys. Like how to run this particular workflow from a command line. Similarly, you can use stop, abort, whatever you want. We can just use it. This is a command. Huh? See, we just blindly followed these options given by PMCMD. Nothing else. Did you do anything extra here? No, right? Yes or no? Nothing extra here. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions on this? You can run it again if you want. Yeah. See, it is successful. See, it is running now. See, it only from command we are issuing it to the Informatica. That's where you can see the monitor status. Why we need it? I think I talked about when you talked about architecture, right? From output scheduling tools, right? Like a Tivoli or Autosys or Control-M or Cron tab. If you want to invoke Power Center workflows, we need to have a command. We can form a shell script, and within the shell script, we use a command, then call the script within scheduler. That's all. That way, we could able to automate different types of activities of Power Center. Yes or no? So that's it about PMCMD. Now, parameterization. This is very simple. First, see why we need parameterization to supply value or values to a parameter at runtime, like a source path, source file name, target path, target file name, database connection string, database username, database password, host name, or a port number, or filter values, whatever. So we can think of many cases where we can supply values to those parameters at runtime because the values that used for database in development environment which differs from testing and production environment. Are we going to go and hardcode those values mapping or workflow task level? No, right? So in such cases, we need to parameterize so that any change that you do in parameter, it should be reflected in relevant task and corresponding mark. So that is the purpose of having parameterization. Yes, sir. Amrita, Hari, Deepthi, all. Surya, yeah. Now let us try what we call getting into an example here. So yes, I'll try to complete another 20 minutes because some test on. Okay, so we have, I think I've already created one. Yeah. Go to so src file. See, there is a param.txt. Here you can specify. Can you see dev is going to be the folder. Dot wf indicates a workflow. Colon workflow name. Workflow src target. Dot st indicates session task. Colon followed by session name. So which means we can define the scope, which means these parameters are applicable for what session level only. Remember that, especially specific session level. Yeah. Let us say we are specifying the file name over here. Then we can supply this parameter. Yeah. Let us say copy this and supply this as part of workflow. Where is that? Workflow source target, right? Yes. Open this. Yeah. Here, first thing, we need to specify the parameter file name. Where do we do that? In properties, can you see here? This is where we need to specify the parameter file name. Yeah. So we can also do it at workflow level also. Yeah. So for example, if you go to workflows, edit, and here we could able to see properties. Can you see here? Parameter file name. Yeah. So that's it. Then the next step is what? We need to refer the parameter that we added as part of param file. For that, go to mapping. Let's say we are using it as a source, right? That file name. So go to source directory and file name. See here, seq1. Instead of that, we are going to use param dollar input file name. That's it. You got right? Like how one can configure the parameters over here. Yes or no? Venkat, Amrita, Yeshwar, all. Yeah. Guys, you're all following, right?
Yes, Nursing.
Okay. So then say apply and okay. That's all. With this, we know how to create a parameter, add a parameters, then specify the param file name, session level, workflow level, and specifying the param name. Example, instead of seq1 hard coded, right? We are getting it from the param file name, which is param.txt. Example this. Yes or no? Yeah. Now let us run and see. Save it because we modified, right? So it's running. Yes, it is successful. That's it. Now let us see the target. How do we know that it is referring the our parameter param file name? So you can just look at the log, workflow source target, right? Go over here, workflow. Yes. Can you see here? Okay, come from the top. Yeah. Look at here. So here we can see, right? Override the value here. Session parameter, right? Dollar input file name. Yes or no? Yeah. So that's it, which indicates it is replacing this particular value with a parameter. Okay. See, this is a parameter file name. You can see, right? It is open here. Yeah, for this particular workflow. Then and fetching this parameter stuff after getting into this level, right? This one, right? That's it. So then it got executed. We could able to see the result. For example, let us change the name to make not to work. In the sense, not to work in the sense we'll give them wrong name. So we should get error if we do that. Yeah. Because invalid case also we need to discuss, right? wrong name could be a parameter path or even parameter name. It could be anything. Yeah. Let's say I'll give input file name 1. Yeah. Save it and run. Yes, see, it got failed now. Yeah. Reason, let us see. Here, which means what? Control has not been reached to session. It means it failed at workflow itself. Now, in that case, we need to take a log. Now I'm talking about debugging also. I started debugging now. Yeah. So debug, there's another topic, right? See here. So here we can go to this, see dollar input file name, missing initial value for session parameter. That's it. Now, if you try to change it, then it will work. That's all. So this we can just identify the issues at workflow level. Yeah. Session, we'll see. Session also we have seen it already, but we'll try it some more. Yes. So debug. So debugging means what? Identifying the causes of failures. That's what I'm talking about now. This debug topic, right? These are all done. Yeah. So and tuning is straightforward, but yes, let's talk about some highlights on that. Yeah. See, it is successful now. That's it. So any issue that we have, right, you'll get to see appropriate errors. Yeah. So that's it. Now debug we just talk. See, debug definition we know, right? To identify the causes of failure or to troubleshoot the issues, which is at workflow level or a task level or a session level or mapping level or database level or even operating system level or even network level, whatever, because issue can occur anywhere. Yes or no? Now the question. So we need to find a mechanism through which we could able to identify the causes of failures. To do that, there are two approaches that we can follow. One with a manual approach where we can take a look at the logs and see what went wrong to identify the issue. That's a one thing. And second, we can attach a debugger to a process, which is what I call a DTM process. Once we have this particular uh, debugger attached, right, we could able to see the stack trace using which we could able to see like what went wrong within this particular workflow. So most of the cases, people would take a look at the log and see what went wrong. So that's what's the approach that would be adopted by most of the people. Yeah, people who have got deeper knowledge on operating system or server, right? Then they'll go with what? Second approach, where we get a PID, which is a process ID, and attach what we call debugger to it. Yeah. Now, let us try getting into what the first thing, looking at the log. See, when we say the log, we need to follow the architecture, like we talked about architecture, right? Client, app server, server, data, or meta. These are four layers, right? Yeah. And issue can come from any layer. If there is a client issue in the client itself, like monitor or designer can just fix it. If there is an app server issue means what? So we need to go to Tomcat and look at what Tomcat log and see what went wrong. For example, if you take any version 10.4, any version, right? This thing is same. You can go to Tomcat location where we have got a logs folder. Within that, we could able to see cat.learner.out. In this, we can see like what has happened within this particular app server. If there are any problems within this app server, then we could able to identify the issue over here. That's about app server. Now the next is what? Let us say we got some server issues specific to server. In that case, we can take a look at what you call administrator. Yeah. So let us say Power Center Integration Service has got a problem. In that case, we can go over here and start understanding like what went wrong. So within the domain, we got logs, right? So within logs, we got service logs also. Select Power Center Integration Service or Repository Service and see what went wrong. That's going to be the another approach to identify the issues with respect to what services like Power Center Repository or integration or whatsoever. Yeah. So then let it come. I'll talk about it. And third is what? Let us say specific server. Within the server, let's say we are talking about one task, which is session task. And within a session, there are some problems. We need to identify the problems associated with that particular session. For that, so we need to go to the workflow monitor and look for the session where it went wrong and right click and open that. Yeah. Now, so when you open, right, we could take a look at the logs. See, this is how we need to go systematically from top to bottom. Blindly, we should not get into directly session log and see what went wrong. That's not the right approach. Yeah? But some cases you will be successful, but not all the cases. See here, you can see the log here. If there is a problem, workflow level, we have already seen it. Similar to session level, if there are any problems, we could able to look at over here. Now, let us say we are unable to identify the causes of failure just by looking at the log. Then tell me, but there is a problem with the session. Now, tell me what is your approach to take care of it. So we need to enable what we call the trace, which is trace level. We got verbose data, verbose init, tests, and normal. By default, it is going to show up all informative messages in this particular session log. Now the question, if you want to have what we call a detailed log, which we needed at, let us say, what we call at row level. Then we can just enable what? Verbose data. Remember, so that we could able to get the results at what we call with data level. Now we can also dump result of that, which is enable verbose data, right, in a flat file. Now once you specify, we can go to this particular log, PM error log, where we can see the detailed log. If you want, we can change the file name also. And if you want only even log source data also, we can enable it apart from raw data. So this way, task level, we can just get it configured over here. Yeah. So let us see that. We just enable it. Now the question, yeah, let it get executed. Meantime, I'll talk about other concept. Other concept is what? Let us say we need detail log at transformation level. In that case, we can go to mapping and select any transformation. Within that, we can enable verbose data so that we could able to see data level logs. Yeah. So where we need to go here, right? So within this, so it should generate some file. Yeah, see it is generated already. PM error log. If there are errors, then we could able to see here. For example, under which repository, folder, workflow, and if you have any issues, those things will be listed over here. Yeah. So that's how we can can I get detailed log at what um, transformation level or whatever? Answer is yes. For example, if you take any open any mapping here, so mapping level, so you can select any transformation, like let's say here we are talking about aggregator, right? So let's take aggregator where we can get into this um, properties. Can you see trace level? This is what we need to enable. Once you enable, right, save and refresh mapping and what you call workflow and run it so that we can see detailed log messages for this particular what aggregator. Remember that. Yeah. So if you save it here, mapping aggregator count, right? Yeah. I don't know which one has got that, but anyway, we know that, right? Yeah. Then refresh that mapping so that we could able to see the effect of that particular what aggregator. Yeah. So that's it. There's one more here. That's the transformation level detail log messages, right? So now, yeah. So which workflow is that? Whatever we got right, how to do it. Yeah. So now transformation level and we got task level we have done and workflow level also. So workflow level, if you want to particularly enable, but we don't do it. So, but we can just capture the log, workflow log in a separate log file name, but we don't enable like what it call trace tests or verbose in verbose data, whatever. Tests for processing, verbose init initialization issues, and verbose data row level issues you can identify. And others are what? Normal, which is Informatica messages. That's a default, right? So that's it. Yeah. Now, once we do that, so we can also what let us say if you want source level trace, for example, source qualifier level. Here also you can just enable what you call trace, yeah, trace level. Any transformation level, you can just do it. Yeah. In case if you see some problems over here. So, but source anyway, there's not transformation, right? So we don't do that here logically because transformation level we do it. So that's about logging part and look at session detailed session log. But once we have fixed, right, revert back so that we don't what I call see the performance problems. Yeah, that's a manual debugging part. Yeah, then there is a debugger tool. Using tool also you can just get it debugged. For example, let us create a mapping. Yeah. So map underscore debug. So now let's say we have what some source, yeah, and then yeah, let's debug only this, and then let's say we have one target, any target here. Sorry, and get it mapped to a target. That's all, and save it. Now mapping is valid. Now here we can start editing breakpoints because if you want to debug, no, first we need to set the breakpoint based on some condition. For example, click on plus and add a condition where the department number, let's say, is equal to 10. So it will stop the breakpoint when it reaches this particular condition. Next, we can just start debugger. Go to mappings and the debugger and start debugger. So when you debug, no, we need to supply this integration service. It's PC int. We can see right for this debug instance and click on next. Yeah, next, next. See, if you want to supply some inputs, right? Then we can supply buffer size, parameter file, all that. Then finish. Now it will stop the break. It is going to insert the breakpoint, and we can see in the bottom output window, source window, target window, all that. Four splitted windows can be seen in the bottom. Yeah. See, we got no. Here you can see what happened. This is not that. Yeah. So now we got target instance, then output window, then what instance window. So here you can see target, which is SQTGT target we gave, and then instance, which is a qualified SQ department, right? Now we can see the mark, right? Debugger. So we place the what you call breakpoint here. Now we can start debugging next step by step, step into whatever, like what we do in any programming language, right? Same thing. Next instance. See, it is moved to the next. See, debugger, it is highlighting, right? We can see 10, it is stopped here. Now we can start getting into what? Next, whatever. Again, go to mapping. So this way, row level debugging can be done. See, 10 is passed already. Now 20, second row. Likewise, you can go on with what n number of what you call rows. We can use shortcut also. You have 10. I'm just showing it so that you guys can observe like how to what you call get into next, whatever. See, 30, and there's the last department number which will be processed. Yeah. So that's it. See, now instance nothing is there. All the rows are target. Now just do it again next. It will be closed. So if we say next, it's over. No more instances, right? It got over. See, session got debugger shutdown complete. So this way, we could also what attach a debugger and start getting it debugged. That's it about debugging with what a parallel debugger or inbuilt debugger supported by Informatica. Any questions from anybody? Anil, Surya, Rajesh, Vamsi, Venkat, Amruta, all. Hari.
No, we're good.
Okay.
No, no,
We
sir.
can just practice after the session. Okay. So now another topic, small topic. It's a very big topic actually, I would say, because of the time, right? I'm saying small topic. Tuning. So performance tuning, right? In performance tuning, right, first we need to identify the causes of failures. Yeah. Which means where do we have problem? Is it a source or a target or a transformation or task or operating system, whatever. So usually we start with what target, because most of the cases issues will be in target side. Not all the cases, most of the cases, because of database issues. So replace. Let's say we got a source and we got some transformation. Then we got some target. Then replace target with the file rather than what you call database. Then let's say replace with a sequential file. Let's see if it is taking less time. So that's taking 10 minutes, it's taking 8 minutes, which means there's a bottleneck in a target. No, database has got a problem. So we need to apply tunables like commit size, buffer size, parallel load, bulk load, all that performance tunables for database, a proper database, right? We need to supply and parallelism stuff. So are we loading it in parallel or not? So with that, we could able to tune it. Similarly, source also. Source means we need to optimize query. The query is not optimized. If we are still there is a problem, right? Then what we need to do? So we need to go with a PDO, push down optimization, which we can enable so that definitely it will take care optimizing that query and get it processed in a short time. Where do we do that? That's a question, right? Session level. It's as simple as that, right? So you can just go to any what you call session where we can see multiple tunable options, guys. Yeah. So if you go to properties, where we can see log file name, all that we have seen it. Now commit type, can you see target interval, commit interval also you can change. Yeah. Then I'll talk about all ones. Yeah. Then recovery strategy. In case if something failed, if you want to start from a place where it got ended, restart from the checkpoint, right? It's an option. Yeah. Then recovery strategy. Then DTM buffer size. This is what I was saying. In case if you want to have euro numbers as part of buffer size, so we need to calculate like how much data that we process. Accordingly, we need to set the buffer size. How to calculate? There is a formula. We need to use it. So, but anyway, time is less. No, I cannot cover that topic. I need at least 2 3 hours to explain that. So then we need to collect the performance data like CPU, disk, memory, whatever. And then if you have aggregation with multiple acts aggregations, where we can go with incremental aggregation so that delta ag will take place rather than complete aggregation. So reinitialize aggregate data if you want, you can just shoot it. And PDO, this is what I was saying, push down optimization, where depending upon the type of database that we use, we can push this particular informatical logic or source logic or mapping logic to either to a source or to a target or anywhere. Yeah. Or we can also use full optimization, where if you have too many levels of join, those things will be optimized to a maximum extent. This is a PDO. This is one of the very important thing, guys, and binary sort. So that's it. This is some of the what optimal options at session level. Now, similarly, OS level, in case if the heap or stack or CPUs or disk pools, whatever, which are not configured properly, then we also need to get them configured by taking the help from operating system administrator. That also we need to take it. And next, uh, part, what do you call this, divisioning or partitioning, right? So that also we could able to see here itself. I think dynamic partitioning. Did you notice that? So here, this one, we need to enable that based on what number of partitions, whatever, or number of CPUs, and specify here, like depending upon number of CPUs that we have, change that number, so that definitely our task performs much better, because that's why we have resources, but we have not used it. In that case, we can specify it here so that our task and corresponding workflow would run faster than expected. So that's what happens with this performance. I'm just talking about some of the two numbers, but we can think of many more because of time, not talking about it. Yeah. So that's it. So if you have any questions, you can shoot out now. If not, so we'll go with other options, other action things. Like in the sense, there is a pre post test is that you need to take. So we need to take for 10 minutes. So I think I pasted this link in chat box, right? I hope you all could able to see it. Post that link. Yes or no? If not, I'll just share it again. Yeah. Guys, can you see that link? Post test link.
No, Narasimha, we can't see. Can you
Okay,
share
let
once
me
again?
just, okay, let me share it. Okay, I'm just copying it. Yes, can you see it now?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, please complete it in 10 minutes or 11 minutes. 43, right? 53, 54, you're close. Yeah.
Narasimha, course is not available. Like test was not available. Yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah.
What happened?
There is nothing showing.
Yeah,
Timeout or what?
It
actually
will
we
be
can.
there in the context.
Yeah, yeah. In contextual, we don't see the post test. We see can only pre-test.
Okay, I am able to see it, Jyoti.
Please check it again. Or else refresh that page. Yeah, it should be there.
No, we could see the last one we did on 6th August.
That is a pre-test, huh?
Yep.
Yes, Narasimha, for me it's not showing.
Surya, how about others, guys? Hari, Surya,
Same here, Narasimha. Omshi here.
okay, I'm saying. Okay, Vaishali, Deepti. Same for all, huh? Only, it's Amrita, you were saying you can see it, right?
Yes, Nasim, I'm able to see it.
Can you please share it? Others also will see it, yeah? If you don't mind.
I start. I'll save my screen.
Yeah. The questions are very simple, huh? I prepared those, only 10 questions, huh? Don't worry
You are
about it.
able to see that. Nasim?
Yes, can you see here? These are the questions. Oh, you already started.
Yeah.
We are not
Okay.
able to see that actually.
Oh, can you please finish it? Then we'll. Oh, okay, if you finish it, will not appear, I think, right?
Yeah.
Mm,
Okay. Where did
But
you go? Can you please? Uh, okay, Amrita.
I will. Wait 1 moment.
Okay, one second. Just finish this, no? Then you can just show that. What is it?
It's in 2 minutes.
You can just finish it. Informatic Power Center. Yeah, it can take 5 minutes to finish.
Yeah, just 2 to 3 minutes. I'll finish it and I'll show.
Okay. And then you'll get 10 minutes. Get others, don't worry. Because that link even I will not be using it.
in the meantime, can you see how it looks for us, Nasima? So it says like this. I mean,
Your mail ID, all that is there, right?
yeah.
Public
So
mail ID.
in the context, we see only which we completed on 5th August.
Okay, 100%. Okay.
Yeah. So the other one, which we want to take it right now, is not available.
Nothing empty, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing.
I think you can close and open the link again. I got it now.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Refresh. Very good. Refresh it.
Okay. Let me do that.
I request everyone to do the same thing. Yeah. Omsi, you got no? Surya,
Mm, not yet.
Anil,
Yeah,
and
I
all
got
of.
it. I have got it just.
No,
Oh,
Narasimha,
fantastic.
not yet.
Okay, you are trying, right? Surya, Soumya, Safe, Deepak, Nandini,
Mm,
all.
Trying to
Hari.
open it again.
Or else open some other browser. But browser doesn't know.
Narsima, you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, please share it. Yours is done, right, Amrita?
Yeah, done.
Okay, please. Yeah, go step by step. Yeah.
Okay, I'll log out and
Yes.
so this is the page mail ID and we need to give the password whatever we created earlier in the first day.
Yes.
So here nothing is there.
Hmm.
In the contest, I can see this one will be the post one.
Yes. That's a post, right? Pre and post. Both you can see it. Yeah, yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Now we got it after refreshing.
Okay. So
Yeah.
yes, that's good. So guys, please refresh all of you.
I mean,
So
totally close it and open it again. That's it. We are getting
yes,
it now.
fantastic. So I request everyone to do the same thing. Thank you, Vamsi. And all. Yeah.
Narsima.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see only the fifth first test in my portal.
Yeah. Please try to refresh, ma'am. Vaishali. Yeah.
Yeah, I refreshed and logged in 2 times, but I can't see today's one.
Okay. Can you please open some other browser, same link?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Is it coming now, Vaishali?
Yeah, I'm checking. I will let you know.
Yeah, sure. I think others looks like it has come. So it's a small thing actually. I think so. You can just finish it off. Yeah. So once it is done, there is a one last line which is just a feedback. Yeah. Just try to get a feedback. Yeah. So that's all about this training, guys. So thank you very much for your cooperation throughout this training program. Yeah. And if you have any questions, right, you can always send an email to me. I'm just typing my email at the chat box. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Narasimha. And Narasimha, is there any way that we can get the documentation that you are showing?
Yes, I'll put it in this what do you call shared drive. You can just get it. You'll get it also. Fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
Narsima, now I got it. I will complete the test.
yeah, please.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you. So any questions, right? I've just kept my email in the chat box. You can always send in any technical question. I'll just respond to that. Fine. Okay. So thanks to all. Take your own time and finish that test. Yeah. So till 6 o'clock, 6 more minutes.
Thank you, Nasim.
Thank you.